Hello everybody, happy Sunday. Welcome back to the Chill at Sunday. Thank you all so much for joining the show. I hope you all are doing very well, and as always, I hope you're doing better than me and that your week has been a good one also. And today especially, I hope you're doing better than me because I am not feeling very well. Apparently I'm not feeling very well in the head either because one, I forgot to start the countdown for the intro of the stream, and then I typed in the chat saying that I would start the stream when the countdown would hit 5, and then I forgot to do that. So now we are, what time is it? Nearly 20 minutes late. Anyway, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Again, I hope you're doing well. And better than me. Shall we do some art today? Yeah, let's try to do some art today. So yeah, I'm actually not really feeling all that well. I'm much better than I was feeling last Friday night. Last Friday night, after I finished the Gaming Friday stream, for some reason I started to feel quite bad. I don't know how to describe how I was feeling, what exactly I was feeling, or how I am and what I am feeling at the moment. Excuse me. But I just wasn't feeling well. I had this huge urge to not even urge, but an actual need to lay down. So I just dropped everything I was doing here. I just left the computer on, the light on, and just left it. Didn't even brush my teeth, and I just went straight to bed. Laid down for about a couple hours. Felt slightly better. So then I got up, turned off the computer, brushed my teeth, and properly prepared to go to bed. And then I went to bed. Woke up feeling better on Saturday, yesterday, but what am I looking for? Right, this year. But still not the greatest. Got better as the day went on, but yeah, still not 100%. But in any case, I'm gonna at least try to do today's show. Because I haven't done any art on last Sunday. I was going to, I had everything ready, set up here, but then on the last moment I just changed my mind. I didn't feel like doing art anymore, so I instead of just play the game. But not today. Today I am working on art. But in any case, I do apologize in advance if I sound very unenthusiastic or stuff, because I'm not feeling very well. And if I start feeling worse, I would just stop the show on its tracks. But hopefully it's not gonna happen. Anyway, so what was I doing here last? And what am I supposed to do next? I think last time that I should have cleaned my screen before I started the show. I think last time I was working on this banner here, which is actually a last minute idea and addition, because it wasn't in the original plans. I think I was trying to make the letters look like they're actually printed on the surface of this banner. What was I doing with these layers? Grid. Well, yeah, I drew a grid here to more easily visualize how the surface of this banner, you know, undulates? Is that the word that I'm looking for? I don't know. How it is shaped. Yeah, because I was trying to shape the letters accordingly. I kind of managed to do it, but it's not perfect. I think I'm going to try with that a little further. Let's begin with the I. So let's warp. Guess this bit here could bend a little bit. No, no. Down here, yes. This bit here should be curved some more. No, I didn't mean to click that. I meant to close that. Whatever. YouTube drops these random notifications from random channels. Sometimes I understand why, sometimes I don't. Like, you know, something that YouTube has been recommending to me on my YouTube feed, and sometimes even these pop-up notifications that show up on the corner here, for a few years now. Even though I don't consume that kind of content, and never did, furry videos. It's like YouTube sees my username and avatar and thinks, oh, this guy must be a furry. I'm going to flood him with a lot of furry content. He's gonna love it. No. Just because I like cartoon characters and creatures and animals and stuff like that, and dragons, that doesn't make me a furry. No, if anything, I am absolutely not one. As I told you guys plenty of times, there was a time when I thought I was a furry. But the more I learn about the furry community and stuff, the more I realize I am absolutely, definitely not one of them. I can enjoy some of the content produced by them, don't get me wrong. Lots of amazing artists there. But I'm not one of them. And of course, I don't say any of this with the intention to even remotely sound disrespectful. Far from it. It's like, you can like good food, for example, but that doesn't make you a connoisseur of food. Does that make sense? I hope it does, because my brain isn't functioning properly. I cannot think straight. Anyway, I don't think I did a good job with this eye here. If anything, I think it is worse than it was before. Oh yes. Where is it? It's kind of a middle ground between yes and no. Either way, it's not the greatest. I'll try again. One thing is for sure, I shrunk the damn thing. I was not supposed to do that. Also, that same notification is on the other PC as well. Let me close that because it is bugging me. I'm not implying the content of that channel is bad. I was actually watching. I understand why YouTube has recommended me that short there. I did watch that lady play Doom for the first time apparently. Another random notification, but it was fine, but kind of meh. Not really my kind of content. Anyway, how am I going to make this work properly? Because I need to curve just this bottom part of the eye over here. I need to curve it outward down here, and on the inside a little inward and just a little outward on the top. But the warp, enable the transformation first. But warping, just warping, this doesn't really let me to do that exactly. It moves too much of the eye, not just the part that I need. If there were more grids here, then maybe, I guess, but I don't believe it is possible to add more of those. So no, I'm gonna have to try something else. This is probably going to look bad, but what if I make a cut on the selection here? No, not like that. I meant to exclude that part of the selection, not to add more to the selection. So it's not shift. I think I gotta hold Alt. Yes, it is Alt. Nope, not that part. Oh, I was. Why? I was supposed to just remove the selection, not the selected element. Why has it done that? The hell? Look, if I hold Alt, you can see on the cursor there the minus sign. And if I hold Shift, you see the plus sign. So what these do, with a plus sign, I add more selection. You see I expanded the selection. And what it should do with the minus is that the area I select should actually be excluded from the selection, but not delete, not erase part of the stuff that I have selected. Am I remembering this wrong? I might be remembering this wrong. Let me do a test here. Excuse me, guys. I'm still a bit sleepy, also. I gotta make a new layer first. That'll do. So I select it like this, right? I honestly don't remember Photoshop doing this when holding Alt to remove part of a selection. I honestly do not. What if I select this differently? Yeah, that removes part of the selection itself, but yeah, there. It does work the way that I am thinking. See? This area here is not selected now. But it didn't erase this part of the element that I wanted. Is it because of the way I made the selection? Like, the way I'm doing this is by selecting everything and then moving it one pixel to one side and then back to its original position. So Photoshop automatically selects the stuff. What if I use the lasso to select around? This should make should be basically the exact same thing as selecting everything and moving. But let's try it anyway. Move. Yeah. I genuinely do not remember Photoshop doing this. What if I select everything, use the lasso to remove an area of the selection? Yeah, that works, but There is a way, and I will find it. Let me try something else. Let's duplicate this layer for the sake of backups. Wait, it has an effect on it? Ah, it does. Difference. Okay. That's fine. So... what I think I am thinking of doing... I don't know what I'm thinking of doing. I'm just gonna do it. Let's select it like this. And warp just this bottom part. I mean, I guess this could work. I'll just have to make a few adjustments. Because now this bit here is not really going to connect very well with the rest of the letter. And the same thing will go for the others as well. Ooh. I would have to do this to all of them. Oh, that's gonna suck when I get to the word commissions. Because it has so many letters. One step at a time. One step at a time. So now if I invert this selection. Okay, it did exactly as I thought it would. So let's unselect these letters here. That's fine. That is one of the reasons why I duplicated the layer. Excuse me. Why is the bottom also selected though? That should not happen. That is not included in the selection. Why has the transformation tool also gone down there? Whatever. I am not going to think too hard about it. Yeah, see, this is what I wanted to avoid. They are now completely disconnected from one another, even though they are still the same one thing. Maybe this will help. Ah, well, let's try this. Why is one sharp and the other blurry though? Okay, whatever. Copy layer style, and let's remove the layer style for the moment. because I need to sample this color here. Why? That's why. Let's try to reconnect both of these and make it work. Oh, what's going on over here? That's not supposed to be there. I think that I did say when I started doing whatever it is that I am doing here a few streams ago that all of this is mostly just an experiment. So all of these failures, I guess they are just part of the process. Still frustrated though. What actually frustrates me a little bit is the thought / knowledge that if turns out this idea here actually works and it looks good, that I'm gonna have to do it for every single one of all the other letters. This will be a lot more work than I was expecting to have to put into this picture. Alright, there seems to be fine. Let me duplicate this one here again. And behind the original. Now let me remove the original eye. Okay, paste the layer style back. What do you mean I can't? Oh, there's a selection there. Okay, that's why. Yeah, I guess that kind of works. But I don't really like this. Delete both of those and let's go back to the original. One way that I maybe can make this easier on me is if instead of using the text tool to write the words coffee and commissions, because this is supposed to have two versions, at least at first. Where is the commissions one? Have I not written it? No, there's a 3D one, but no, that's not it. I guess I haven't done it. Not yet. Okay, but whatever. There's supposed to be another version of this where instead of coffee it says commissions, and I might make more versions of that. But first I need to figure out the banner situation here. But anyway, as I was starting to say, what maybe might make it easier on me is if instead of trying to warp the text itself, I draw it using this grid as a basis, I guess, and also this here, because I'm gonna have to center everything. So let's give this some opacity. What should I call this layer? Drawn coffee. Yeah, that should be a fine thickness with this. Well, let's see if this is going to work, if it's going to be a good idea. Now, I don't necessarily need these lines to be perfect. I just started thinking of it. Because if this is a banner, we could make it so maybe Michael Braveheart over here, he just literally drew these. He painted this on the banner himself with his own. Oh, I was gonna say little paws, but no, his paws are actually really big. But I digress. Like he painted them himself, you know. So finger painting basically, imperfections. So yeah. Let's just try to stick to the shape of the banner. Could those dogs outside, for the love of God, shut the hell up? I swear, there's way too many dogs in my neighborhood. Alright, this is looking okay. So far, anyway. Now it's okay that these lines intersect with each other, go a little farther than they are really supposed to. These are basically just a template. Just a base as a guideline. Well, literally guidelines, I guess. Alright. Now the O might be a little harder. Yeah, I'm not sure how to make the O though. No, that almost rhymed. That is wonky on purpose. Again, I am trying to follow the shapes of the banner. That is way too wonky. Yeah, that'll do for starters. Though, I will redo this part over here. Oh, the lines are actually way wonkier up close than I thought they were. Well then. That's gonna be fun to fix. That was sarcasm, of course. Interesting how at this zoom level, the lines don't seem to be all squiggly and wonky like that. Not as much anyway. I mean, I guess I can see it if I pay close attention, but overall, not really. Circles on curves like this, they are always difficult to make. Well, to make right, anyway. Okay, I guess that for starters, let's save. For starters, this should do it. Okay, now how to make this look nice. The pan tool. The pan. Let's use the pan. Let's rename this layer to Drawn Coffee Baselines. And let's make a new layer on top. I'm not going to name this layer just yet. No, not the brush. The pan. Now let's use this color here, just so it's... Actually, no, let's go with red. No. Let's go with green, yeah. Just so it's easier to see the whatever I'm going to be drawing. I don't actually know if this idea is going to work, at least not as well as I am hoping it will. But let's see what happens. This down here might be way too curved. But it's fine, because what I actually need right now are the basics first. So let me focus on that instead. Okay, now that I have the basic shape in place, let's fine-tune some of the details. And I said fine details are more just these corners here. Okay, that should be enough. I will need multiple layers for this, so just to keep things more organized, I should make a temporary group. Actually name this drawn letters. Yes.
Not one forgets, spent nights of chasing days, eternal rest to witness being erased.
That might work. It might work. Let's carry on with this. As I go, eventually I will be merging these layers. Like I'm gonna draw maybe 2 more layers for the K, and then I'm gonna merge them together, all 3 of them, into just a single one. So we're gonna have this part here, then another one, and another one, so a total of 3 layers, and I'll merge them together. So this is going to curve like that, and then like this. I might need some extra anchor points with this part here. I'll add them if needed. Yes, I think that for this part here I will need 1 or 2 more anchor points, because down here it needs to curve inwards a little bit, but then over here it needs to curve outwards. So let's add another anchor point, that way I can do that. I don't really know if I have positioned this anchor point on the correct spot just yet. Let's do one thing at a time. I messed. Oh my god, I messed up. That's fine.
Numerous regrets, the art of passing time, the art of passing time.
Okay. Now I would do something that I usually only have to do when I am working with vectors on CorelDRAW. Because as you can see here, there is a corner happening right in the middle here where this anchor point is. So I'm going to add 1 anchor point around here and another one around here to hold these 2 parts of this pen line in place. And then I'm going to remove this one so the line over here gets smoothed out. And therefore, in the correct position it is actually supposed to be, and the shape and stuff. At least I am hoping it's going to work that way in Photoshop. And it does. Good. Okay, I think this is what I need. Let's make selection and fill this with color. Looks fine. It does look fine. Now for the last leg of this K.
Is wondrous, willing to know my fate in its longest, lingering while to wait. I can see memory taking tolls. I'm not ready to.
By the way, if you hear some noises in the background, like stuff hitting metal, that's my cat eating his kibble. And before he walks up to me like he did last Friday and starts nagging me to fill up his bowl again. Which I hope he doesn't do that. Not too soon anyway, after all, he's literally eating right now. So there should be no need for any more. Right. Let's take a look at this. It looks a bit thick, but that's fine. Again, gotta bear in mind the shape of the banner. Plus, if I actually do end up really going with this idea, once I shade everything, the shading should help a lot with the perception of how this banner is shaped. Because I'm not keeping this grid that I drew here. This is just a visual aid. Well, everything is made. Oh, that kind of rhymed. Ah, I forgot to make a new layer for this. It's alright. This does seem to be fine as intended anyway. Yeah, overall it seems to be okay. Could you zoom? Oh, that's why it's not zooming out. I'm holding space instead of control. That's not the correct keyboard shortcut for that. Ah, yes, up there. That's what I was concerned with. I was expecting I would have to erase a little bit of the letter where these lines happen. I mean, I don't really have to do it, I guess, but it's best if I do, I guess. Well, what if I move the letters to below these lines? Where are they? Here. Yeah, I still need to erase a little bit of the letter. But this should make it easier. Much easier.
In this dream, there is no room for spite. Still, it seems only I can.
Oh yeah, that is looking much nicer. My concern, if this does work out, my concern is if I draw these but they are not centered on this banner. I mean, they don't, it doesn't really have to be centered, but oh, that is so going to bug me if it isn't centered. I mean, when I wrote the word using the text tool, I did center it, but after I used the warp to, you know, shape the letters a bit, the warping made them a little off-centered, probably, maybe, and I'm not sure. It probably happened. So there's that. Anyway, let's continue. The O and that bit there on the I, these are going to be a pain. For sure. Heck, how do I even get started with this? I have no idea if what I am doing is right. A bunch of these anchor points are going to be deleted, new ones are going to be created. These here are just to get started. Yeah, this here's kind of what I need, I guess.
If you've seen in the future, tell me what you see there within.
I feel like I am going to need another anchor point right here.
I can shine in the darkness.
Hey Reptane, happy Sunday. Welcome. Thank you for joining, my friend. How are you feeling? I saw a message of you saying that you were all broken down from your last shift. I hope you're doing better than me because I am not well.
I'll just say that I don't mind. What would you do to me if I said
No problem. Drive safe.
come sit next to me? Behold your galaxy. If you've seen
Okay, this anchor point gotta go down there a little bit more, just a little bit. And I need to curve this part here some more. Like that. This Still back pain. Yeah, my back is not the greatest either. But in my case, it was because I wasn't using the proper position while I was working on some stuff here in my bedroom a couple days ago. Man, you and I are getting old. I remember when I was a kid, I could spend several hours crouched down on the ground playing with my toy cars, and I would be completely fine. No back pain. I had no idea what back pain was. Now, if I just as much crouch down a little bit to pet my cat real briefly, if I crouch down, bend my back the wrong way, I'm like, oh, for the next week. Yeah. Hey, that's what happens when you age up, right? Just had an extremely bad work shift. That will also do it.
Tell me it's personal, then say it
It would definitely also do it.
but I can hear even more behind your eyes. There's no illusion where
Alright, see you later. Take care. Be careful out there.
why don't we say
Hey, that rhymed. Nice. Yeah, right here, another anchor point is going to be required. Or is it? Actually, no. No, it won't.
I was your age, I never felt the same.
No, actually it will. It will. Because I need to curve this part here some more. And I can't do that without altering this part over here. So an anchor point in here will make sure that this part doesn't get altered. That way I can work on this one here. That was not exactly what I had in mind, but if it works, it works.
You can leave, but don't run away.
Okay. Yeah, another one is going to be required here.
I hope you're listening, just like you say. I need a shoulder I can lean on for the day. I've been
I think
feeling
that would do.
like I must be on my way. 'Cause no one has told me I should stay. Is that okay? Don't run away.
You can pack your bags, buy your ticket, take your train. You don't have to wait a day. Don't run away. The rain will soon come.
Okay. That'll do. I know I still haven't done the center of the O here. But as always, basics first. Okay. So now let's paste the layer style. So now let's cut a hole on this donut. Actually, I should start over here.
No shadows left.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, I'm going to first expand these like so. So it should, in theory, make it easier to shape this soon-to-be cut area. Okay. I think I caused a little corner right here. Yes, I did. It is quite subtle, but it's there. Oh, this part here has been made accidentally almost perfect. Almost perfectly by accident. It's intended, of course, to be as perfect as I can make it. But I might have nailed it first try. And I was just setting up these curves. Okay, right here another ankle point is going to be required. Because I gotta do this. Okay, I think this is what I need. Make selection. Let's see if this works out. Let's begin by hiding that, as well as this. Yeah, I guess it looks fine. Though that O looks a bit too far down, much farther down than the K. That is annoying me. I will worry about that later. Let's keep going for now. Also, this is a lowercase o, so lowercase o. Let's get started on this app. I'll very soon need to take a brief bathroom break. I've been drinking a lot of water, so I'm gonna have to do it a little sooner than the usual. This here should kind of follow the line art that is currently present there on the banner itself. Yeah, let's expand these curves first. I don't know if that is actually the term, but that's what I'm gonna say. There we go. I might have to remove this anchor point. Maybe. Yes, I think I will have to remove it, but another one will have to be added here. I think I clicked on the wrong spot. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
I've seen enough here to know I don't belong. My imagination again has led me on. This stubborn aching has a mind of its own. I've left but I won't tell you where I've gone. I've never known that the world could be so mean. I'll never go back to who I used to be. A steady runway is all that I would need to reason with myself.
Oh, I hate when I do that.
as if they never shone.
I just did it again, the third time in a row.
Because of my lies, I've broken my own bones. No more throwing stones.
Almost done with this F. At least I think so.
I could have sworn I had a life before. My short attention had wanted something more. I can't erase it.
I hit the wrong key.
I know I won't forget, but at least I learned my lesson in the end. Oh, winter breezes would never gone so fast. It's straight ahead now, and no more looking back. Like separation, letting go of the past, trying to rebuild my house of glass. Is it me? Can you see through my walls? As if they never shone. Could it be all because of my lies? Broken my own laws. Is it me? Can you see through my walls? As if they never shone.
I should probably have drawn these lines with a different color. It's making it a little hard to distinguish the pen line tool, the pen line tools, the pen tool lines. It's not really, but it's definitely not helping. It's one of the reasons why sometimes I am clicking on the wrong spots and unselecting everything. I think that for this here I will need another anchor point.
She's my queen. She's a night at the circus, lemon ice cream swirl. 'Cause she's so sweet. Like a field of roses, like a melody.
Also, I see that it's getting dark on the camera. I very soon have to turn on the lights.
Imagined it was just my mind, but she's no
Yes, one extra anchor point here might help.
close beside her, far away. No one's ever gonna say you and I are just a game.
Okay, I think that's it. Let's draw the F.
Never wonders about me, never drops his guard, and that's alright. Says he can't live without me, says I'm in his heart, he's my life.
Oh, it's actually perfect up here. Nice.
Who's always looking out, never thought
Very nice. Let's save this. Because you know the drill. Always save your progress often because you never know when something might go wrong. On that note, there's something that I want to tell you about saving and more precisely all of that debacle that happened last Friday on the Gaming Friday with Wolfenstein and the save file, the crash and corrupting the save and all of that stuff. I want to tell you something about that. But first, I will take that brief bathroom break that I told you that we need to do soon. And it's also going to be a good. I bit my tongue. It's also going to be a good opportunity to turn on this light because it's getting dark in here. It's fine for me, but you know, for the camera, not as much. Anyway, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Be right back.
There's a chance that I could fall and not come back and never regret a thing. I'd never get back on track. Darkness all around me, and I can't find the light. I let it all surround me, giving up without a fight. The bitterness and pain inside, countless tears I had to cry. I was facing all my fears just to let you in to dry my tears, but your kindness won't betray me. I feel your heart and soul. Your kindness still can save me if I choose to not let go. Stretching out, you somehow reach me. I know this can't be wrong. I'm ready, won't you teach me your song of kindness? Why your grace surrounds you and helps me find my own. I can't tell you how you've helped me and how much I have grown. Even though you're far away, inspiration comes from you to shine a little brighter every day. If you only knew, I will never get upset, and I will never ever forget the happiness you made me feel, almost as if you're actually real. But your kindness won't betray me. I feel your heart and soul. Your kindness still can save me if I choose to not let go. Stretching out, you somehow reach me. I know this can't be wrong. I'm ready, won't you teach me your song of kindness? Your kindness won't betray me. I feel your heart and soul. Your kindness still can save me in a way you'll never know. Your kindness won't betray me. I feel your heart and soul. Your kindness still can save me if I choose to not let go. Stretching out, you somehow reach me. I know this can't be wrong. I'm ready, won't you teach me the way to get along? Even when the cold is blowing and I want to just give in, it warms my heart just knowing I'll hear your voice again. So won't you sing it loud?
Alright, I am back. Excuse me. Okay. So I think this F is done. Yeah, it's looking longer than the K. Otherwise it's fine, I guess. Alright, let's move on and do the I. The anchor point goes here, not there.
Someone show me. Someone let me know who I'm supposed to be. If you know me, you can take me to the deep blue sky, over the big blue sea. I know if you've seen where I'll be in the future. Oh, please tell me I can dream what you see there. I'm lost within and behind the map, but I swear I can shine my love in the darkness.
I'm sorry I have been so silent, everybody. And as I said at the start of the stream, I haven't been feeling very well. Plus, I am trying to focus on this. Plus, I don't really have much to talk about. Oh, actually, I do have one thing to talk about. I forgot. I was going to tell you about all of that stuff that happened last Friday with the save file on Wolfenstein 3D. So yeah, that crash, it absolutely corrupted the save file, and then I deleted the save file while I was running some tests. And I didn't have a backup, so I lost all of the progress. But I refused to play all of those levels all over again, even though I had just finished level 5. So, still early on, I guess. Into episode 4. Point is, I don't want to replay anything, so that's why I decided to look up cheat codes for Wolfenstein, even though I don't want to cheat on the playthrough. I usually don't cheat in games in general. But since I lost all the progress and stuff, and I don't want to replay everything, I was trying to use a cheat code to change levels and then recover the weapons without actually having to play the previous level or whatever, or start the new one with just a flimsy pistol and a knife. I found the cheat codes, which actually on Wolfenstein turns out they are not really cheat codes, they're just debug keys. Stuff the developers put there for debugging purposes. That's besides the point. Point is, I found the cheat codes, but as you guys might remember, I could not, for the life of me, make the damn things work. Not at all. The only way where I did manage to make them work was on the original version of the game, running on DOS, under DOSBox. But the save file format for the vanilla game, it is not compatible with EC Wolf, which is what I am using for the playthrough. So that idea was out of the window immediately. But anyway, should it be possible to still use the cheat codes on EC Wolf as well? And it indeed is possible. It was actually really simple. I wasn't being able to do it on stream, but as soon as I ended the show, well, first of all, I gave up. But then I had an idea, and I decided to try it real quick. And yeah, it turns out it is actually extremely simple on EC Wolf. It's actually simpler than on DOS. Because on DOS, the official usual regular instructions on how to do it is by starting the game with the argument -goobers, which, by the way, I was adding the argument to the shortcut of the game and the bat file correctly. It should have worked if EC Wolf supported the damn thing in the first place. And that was a problem that I was having. EC Wolf does not support the goobers arguments. Not because it actually doesn't support, it's just because it doesn't need, as it turns out, it doesn't need the argument at all. The debug keys are already, oh, not debug keys, the argument is already natively supported, either that or it was just bypassed. Either way, all one has to do to use the damn cheat codes on EC Wolf is to use the Shift-Alt-Backspace keys to activate debug keys, as instructed on the regular instructions. But instead of using the Tab key on EC Wolf, you actually can use the Backspace key. So, like I was trying to run the cheat to change levels, and the instructions said I would have to press Tab W, which obviously wasn't working. So I was getting very frustrated. So all I would have to do was press Backspace W, and it would work just fine. And same for the other ones. So yeah, that was it. That's the story. Anyway, I've managed to change levels. I've managed to get the weapons that I had. So on the next time that I play the game on stream, which should be, if God's willing, on the next Gaming Friday, therefore the next Friday, we should start the game straight from where we were before, when the game crashed and I lost the save and progress and stuff. The score is not going to be the same, unfortunately, but whatever. What's important is that I've managed to recover the progress. But yeah, and also, I'm going to use 3 saves this time instead of just 2. A main one and a temp one. I'm going to use a main one and 2 temp ones. Someone on DeviantArts, Lone Dragon, I believe. I might be remembering the name wrong. I'm awful with names. But anyway, he suggested that I should use more than 2 saves. And honestly, I don't know how I didn't think of that myself before. It's such a simple thing, especially for me, who is always talking about, oh, you gotta save your progress often because you never know when something might go wrong. Make backups. Backups are important. And I am always doing backups of my progress when I'm working on art, you know. I don't know how I didn't think of that before myself. Anyway, point is, he suggested multiple saves, so I'm gonna use 3 saves now. And I was making one serious mistake, which is what caused this whole situation in the first place. Well, besides the crash, of course. Mistake was when finishing a level, and at the start of the next level, I was saving first to the temp save and then to the main save. That was a mistake, because when starting the level, I should save to the main save first and conserve the temp save from the previous level. And that is how I lost the progress, because when the game crashed, when I tried to save, I tried to save to the temp instead of the main save, and the main save at that point was at the start of the previous level, which I had just finished, which, by the way, remember that level, I actually think it was the level before, level 5, but yes, it was level 4. The one that I spent an absurd amount of time trying to figure out the that one secret, which I still say that secret was stupidly dumb, because it was. Anyway, I told you guys after when I finished that level that I would, after the stream, I would grab the VOD, put it on my video editor, and check how much time I spent on just that level. You know, so I did that. Turns out I spent 1 hour, 8 minutes, and a little over 30 seconds on the level in total, from loading the level until the scoreboard at the end of the level. I spent about 1 hour, 8 minutes, and a half. You know, 1 hour and 8 minutes and a half, more or less. That secret was so dumb, really dumb. But that's how long I spent on that level. Not too far from being half of the show on that day. Yeah. And I actually still stand by what I said last Friday, that I take back what I said at the start of this playthrough, that eventually I would play the Super Nintendo version of Wolfenstein as well. I will not. Turns out I'm actually not really enjoying Wolfenstein 3D. Certainly not nearly as much as I was expecting I would. And again, as I was talking about on the stream on Friday, it's not that I think it is a bad game, it's not. But it's not one that has aged very well. And more precisely, it's the level design. At least, that's the problem that I am having with the game. It's the level design. And mind you, I've never played that game before. I have no nostalgia for it. So, what is the term that I am thinking of? I'm looking at the game with a more objective perspective, I guess. So yeah, the level design is really getting to my nerves. It has not aged well at all. Not one bit. That and the stupid cheap shots. Some of the enemies, all the enemies maybe, can land on you so easily. Like, remember that guy on level, I think it was level 5? He literally shot me from through the wall. He wasn't in my sight, I wasn't in his sight, and yet he shot me through the wall and hit me. Took a huge chunk of my health. And there's a lot of those in the game. I hate it. I'm not saying Doom is perfect, and that it doesn't have its bad moments. It absolutely does. Any game does. But I've never had that kind of issue with Doom. Never. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. It's just that I can't remember having that kind of issue on that one. And I like Wolfenstein. Doom, the gameplay, the level design specifically, that one has aged really well. Can hardly say it has aged at all. But yeah, Wolfenstein on the other hand, yeah. Once I'm done with this playthrough, I have zero intention of ever going back to Wolfenstein in any capacity. Anyway, for this here, should I even bother? Yes, I will bother with the pen. Just for the sake of smoothness. Because I could do this here with just the brush. Anyway, long story short, I've recovered the lost progress on Wolfenstein. So, next Gaming Friday, if God's willing, we are going to finish episode 4. Which means the episode 4 that should have been the Gaming Friday a couple days ago. Turns out that one was just 3.5. Episode 3.5. Hey Riptane, welcome back. But yeah, we'll do that proper. Still on the way, but I can now watch. Nice. Don't forget the beer this time, hey? Now this here has to be completely completely round. I said to not forget the beer this time.
Some years back I lost the two I never thought I'd lose. And even though I hardly said I loved them, they know I do.
Actually, this is fine. This is fine.
We all wonder what goes on behind the scenes.
And let's actually draw this on the same layer as the eye, because that's where it belongs. And delete this layer 17. I'm broke for the rest of the month. Oof. Yeah, I know the feeling. I haven't paid any of my bills. I have zero money to pay the next rent. Rent is gonna be more expensive now also. And I still haven't got a job, so I know exactly what it's like to be broke. The difference is that I don't have an income. But yeah, it sucks. It's terrible. It's awful. But the eye is done. No, not merge. Not yet. Yeah, pardon me, guys. Only tea? Or at least tea is fine. Coffee has been growing. Can you see? Here, I think it's going to be easier if I illustrate. So basically, starting up here, we have that angle as it should be. But then down here, instead of going like, well, not really like this, but instead of going like this, because you know, gotta follow the shape of the banner. Instead of doing that, I did this. I did that. Now you could say that this should be an easy fix. So all I gotta do is resize the letters a little bit, maybe do some cutting on them. Which I'm not going to say you are wrong, but you are forgetting one detail: the shapes of the banner. I drew these around the shapes. Look, the shapes. I didn't mean to click. I can't really just resize these because then the shape of the letters are going to be wrong. One of the many lessons that my dad taught me since I was a little kid, and that I never forgot, is that when you are faced with a problem that you either don't know the answer to or you can think of the solution to, but it seemingly doesn't appear to even have a solution in the first place. Instead of desperating about it, which I'm gonna be honest, I way too often I actually don't follow his advice. But at least for the sake of this here, his teaching is that whenever you are faced with a problem of such nature, instead of desperating, just tell yourself there is a way and I will find it. So, having said that, I have this problem I have just described to you, but there is a way to fix it and I will find it. Let's begin by saving. And I don't know. I honestly don't know. But it should help that I have drawn these letters on separate layers. Each letter is on a layer of their own. So it should be a little easier to fix them this way. How am I going to do this, however, without messing up the letters and having to redraw them? Even if I have to redraw half of these letters, that is already going to be a huge loss, because it took some time to get here. And this is the simple word. I still have to draw the big word, which is the commissions word, or the word commissions. Let's begin with a simple solution first. Let's distort. No, let's warp. Let's warp this O and try to make it at least closer to the size it is actually supposed to have, and without messing up its curvatures too much.
I have no reason to frown. I don't need to turn around. What's the use in crying now? I can't believe my eyes. I told myself the perfect lie, but I don't feel like dying now. And even though I turned the odds against myself, again I find that I've been saved by
Okay, I think that works for the O. I think the O can be declared as fixed. Wait a moment. It is supposed to go down by just a little bit, because again, we gotta bear in mind the curvature of the banner on the bottom, and it is curved kind of like a U. So let's try this again. Then again, there's the curvature of the shape of the banner. Yes, I think this is what I'm going to consider. Let's try to sort out the F. Why am I thinking this F actually does not need to be fixed at all? Actually, you know what? Do notice how the letters are actually following the grid line that I drew. You know what I think might actually be the problem? And well, the problem I think is actually just my perception. Because as I said, they are actually following the grid lines that I drew that are visually defining how this banner is shaped, because it's a piece of cloth, you know, and cloth has bands and stuff. And if you have a stamp on a piece of cloth, and like a shirt, for example, it is going to kringle. Kringle, is that a word? Well, you know what I mean. It's going to crumple, bend, and stuff. The image is going to be twisted because it's going to be following the shape of the shirt, the cloth. Which is how I try to draw these letters. What I think is really the issue here is my perception of all of this. More precisely, the K. I think the K is throwing me off. Because I don't know if you can tell, but I hope you can. The shape of the banner on the K is like, it is kind of stuffed outwards. So it's shaped kind of like a circle. So the K is obviously in that same shape. And down here on the bottom, there is a band over there. So what I think is happening here, and this is a flaw of mine. Well, that's not really what I meant to say. Was a mistake of mine, is that more of this K should be drawn on this banner over here. It's just kind of out of sight because of how the cloth is bending. Like, can I even represent that with this shirt? Actually, even if I can, I don't think you are going to see anything because this is black. And there's the black of my chair here, so it isn't gonna help. Well, anyway, point is, it's like, imagine this here is the front face of the band on that area there. So it is curving, and down there it does a bend, and on this bend it probably bends inwards and upwards a little bit more. So like the cloth sags a little bit. So imagine, actually, yeah, I think now you can see. So imagine this here, we are looking at the banner sideways, completely sideways, and this part here, right, is this curve. Okay, so on the bottom here, it bends inwards and upwards a bit, and then for the rest of the banner down there, on the bottom here, it curves inwards, and the very bottom of the banner goes like outwards a bit. So I'm trying to make this so you can see. So it curves like this, and then the bottom there, it kind of does this, you know. So the way I believe this K should actually be is a K, not a B. Is that it is drawn, but the legs of the K are going into this bend that is inwards here, which is out of our sight. So it makes it look like the K is actually shorter on height than it actually is. And I think one way I can fix this, but I mean, I can just leave it like this and consider the rest of the K is just out of sight. But that would require explanation, and just visually speaking, it looks off. So I think one way I can fix this is by drawing more of this K. So let me try doing that. How am I going to do this? I think right about here should be enough. Okay, so here's where I either make or break this. I am on a different layer, right? Yes, I am.
Things are going steady and we're working hard, but nothing's really changing here. I tend your garden every morning, just the way you taught me long ago. The flowers still remind me of the song you used to sing when we were out there working hours all alone.
Yeah, can you tell where I am going with this? Although, to be honest, without the shading, it just looks like the cloth is bending the other way around. In fact, it is not. Actually, let me try something else to make this a little easier to understand. Make this make more sense. Actually, hold on. Let's extend that one all the way up there. I gotta be surgical about this. Okay. Make selection. Now let's invert. And use the eraser on the K to erase this portion over here. Yeah, that helps. That definitely helps. It might help a little bit more if I remove a little bit more of the K over here. Let me try that.
There's a long and winding road ahead. A few black clouds lay overhead, and the shining sun is nowhere to be seen.
Little warning, I may sneeze in the coming minutes.
Every step and fall you take,
Hope not.
all your thoughts and leaps of faith. There's a silver lining somewhere in between.
Yes, that helps. But looks a bit strange over here. Let me see if I can fix this with just the eraser.
Stop and smell the roses when your journey's getting long. When you feel your life's against you and your energy is gone. 'Cause not everybody knows when it's just time to catch a break. When you're draining and you just don't wanna show it. Stop.
Yeah, that is looking much better. Much better, definitely. But I am not done. Let's go back here to layer 17. And let's draw another bit of the I'm pressing the wrong keys again. Another bit of this leg of the K.
But if I fiddle with reality to try and change who I should be, I'm tucking my own destiny in bed. Close your eyes, breathe in slow, and let it go. Stop and smell the roses when your journey's getting long. When you feel your life's against you and your energy is gone. 'Cause not everybody knows when it's just time to catch a break. When you're draining and you just don't wanna show it. Stop and smell the roses when your journey's getting long. When you feel your life's against you and your energy is gone. 'Cause not everybody knows when it's just time to catch a break. When you're draining and you just don't want
I have no idea if I am actually doing this right.
to smell the roses.
I hope I am.
What if I followed you around?
Okay, let's try this.
You just try to get away. You know I'd never let you down. Would you need me anyway? Well, I could move along, hold it in, just get on with my life. But I can't help
That might have fixed it. Return to the MRWS. What is that? Excuse me. Anyway, that might have fixed it. Oh god, excuse me again. Let's merge down the K with this new layer that I made, so now they are the same layer. That way I can reapply the layer style. Master Race Workstation. Oh! Yeah, that makes sense. Nice, okay, so properly welcome to the stream then now. Yeah, I think that fixes it. Now, it still looks a bit weird, kind of like I curved the letters wrong and stuff, but again, that's because there is no shading. We are looking at this with flat colors only, because again, if I re-enable the grid layer, we actually can see that the letters are following the shape that I have decided this banner should have. So, in theory, this is right. And this should be a problem that should not be a problem anymore once I have the shading done. At least I'm hoping it goes that way. But yeah, okay, so I guess this is done. And you know, I started this endeavor here as just an experiment, but I think I'm going to keep it. Yes, I'm going to keep it. Now I just gotta find the strength to draw the word commissions. There's so many letters on the damn thing. So humid outside, I need to wash all my clothes. I want 10 degrees Celsius back. Yeah, that's a good temperature to be home. So long as you are protected for the cold, of course. But speaking of, I need to buy me one of those portable electric heaters, because although I really like the cold, I still stand by that statement. I don't like to feel cold, and it's been cold here for a while now. By your standards, Riptane, it's not cold at all, but anyway. So it's been cold. I haven't really been feeling cold, but as you know, I had thrombosis years ago, and my feet. The point is, my feet, they do not retain any heat, no matter how many socks I put on. They don't stay warm at all. When it gets cold, they get really cold. They don't just feel cold. If you actually touch them, they feel really cold, as if I have, like, you know, when you do the dishes in the cold and the water coming from the tap is really cold as well, and when you are done, your hands, they feel really frigid. You know, that's how my feet feel, and that causes me a lot of discomfort. So soon as I can, I'm gonna have to buy me, even though it's going to certainly cause a big spike on the power bill, I'm gonna have to buy me one of those little portable heaters, because I can't keep living with my feet cold like this anymore. And I was actually looking it up online a couple of days ago. They're not that expensive. The problem is that I'm unemployed, so I've got no job right now. Anyway, just to give you an example of what I'm talking about. Like one of these, for example. You know, only 109. It's not that expensive, and something this tiny should be enough for my feet. Just, but yeah, I don't have the money. We used to have a couple of these old. I don't know if they work anymore. I haven't seen those in many years anymore either. I have no idea where they are, or even if we still have them. So yeah, I'm gonna have to buy one of those, because I cannot bear having my feet that cold anymore. I think one of the reasons why I suddenly started feeling so ill on this last Friday night after the stream was because of how cold my feet were. Because once after I spent some time in bed and they got to warm up, I started feeling better. So yeah, you should always use warm water for your dishes. Yeah, well, our tap doesn't have warm water on it. It's not that such thing doesn't exist. I think we had a heater on the tap once, many decades ago. I think we stopped using it because of how expensive it got on the power bill. Because it's electric. Everything here is electric. Houses in Brazil, they don't have central heating. They don't have boilers, they don't have any of that. Everything is electric. If you need to warm water here, 99% of the time, in 99% of the households or any other buildings you go to, you will find something plugged into the power. Especially the showers, the shower heads. You know, they are not unsafe like many people who are not used to those think they are. They're actually really safe, so long as you install them properly and handle them properly, of course. In fact, cases of accidents, like electrocution while showering, for example, with those, they are so rare and so far in between that there's not even a statistic about the matter. I know that because I actually tried to research about it. Couldn't find any data. I'm not saying accidents don't occasionally happen, but when they do, it's because the person either, one, didn't install their shower head properly, or two, they didn't handle the shower head properly, or three, they didn't install it properly and they didn't handle the thing properly. Because if you do everything right, they are just as safe as the light bulb above your head right now. I'm not kidding. Even if it is mixing electricity and water, it is actually that safe. And we've been using them for decades. Actually, when was the damn thing invented? I think it was invented in the 30s. It's a Brazilian invention also. And one of those stupid bad bots tried to send a bad message in chat. Let me add that to the list of words to be filtered out. Hold up. We have a 5-liter boiler below the kitchen sink specifically for this. Yeah, we don't have boilers here. Yeah, actually, well, they would be expensive to install and maintain. Did you add the word to the filter thing? Because I was going to add that as well. That is actually a really good way to avoid these showing up in the first place. But not only having a boiler, even a small boiler under the sink just for heating up the water in the kitchen, for example, that would be expensive to install, but also to maintain. I mean, is there something in this country here that isn't expensive? Even that cheap electric heater that I just showed you, that would cost like $30 if it were on the taxes. I kid you not. I could look up how much embedded taxes are in that price, and I assure you, at least 60% of that price is just taxes. But I digress. Anyway, it would be kind of expensive, and since the average weather here is usually warm to hot most of the time, well, for starters, is the reason why we don't have central heating in the houses in the first place. Because they are useless for most of the year. It would be just something that you have to spend money to maintain while not using. But yeah, which is another reason why for example, shower heads, we use electric ones. Okay, thank you so much, Riptang. Alright, so I think I am done drawing the coffee word. I still think that maybe I should reduce the size of the eye a little bit, at least on the bottom there. Because even though it is following the grid I drew, well, this grid is not perfect. It still doesn't feel right. I will wait until I am done with the shading, at least the shading of the banner itself. I might not even have to shade the letters themselves, because if I use a blending mode, for example, like I am using right now, whatever I do to the banner should probably show through just fine, like just as an example. Okay, so this is the color for the banner. Like if I use the burn to add a little bit of shading down here, I'm gonna do something just incredibly simple here. Yeah, there, see, it is showing through the eye, because I am using a blending mode on the eye there. So, yeah, I think I don't have to shade the letters themselves. But anyway, what I actually wanted to say is that I think I'm going to wait until I do the shading of the banner, at least the banner itself, to then see how well this is going to work visually, because on just flat colors this doesn't look very right unless I bring this grid layer into view, because then we can see the shapes more easily. So now it makes more sense that the eye is that size and shaped like that and stuff. So yeah, the shading should do the job that this grid here is doing, except it should do the job much better. Anyway, so with this out of the way, what am I going to do next? The term was already blocked. Oh, was it? Well, excellent then. Then that might be why the message got, showed up as being held. Oh, excellent. Okay, thank you anyway. All right, I think next should be the word commissions. So let's make a new group. Call it commissions drawn letters. And let's begin with the C. But of course, before I start drawing the word commissions, I first need to write the word commissions. Well, not really, but if I want the thing to be centered and stuff like I did with Ko-fi, it's best if I use the text tool first. So let's make this here visible. Excuse me. Okay. Let me duplicate this. That's a big one. I have to resize this. Okay. What I will do next is copy this text and turn it into an image. Just like this. So let's hide that there now. I'm gonna use the same color that I used for that one there. And before I regret this idea. But yeah, to finish what I was saying about electric showers and boilers and stuff, it would be more of an expense to have, more of an expense than an actual benefit to have a boiler for heating up the water from the tap. I mean. So yeah, the few people who do use heaters on their taps, it is a thing that exists. As I said, I believe we had one of those at home many decades ago. The few people that use such a thing, they go for something electric, which is basically the same as a shower head, just much smaller and for the tap. Actually, I'm curious now. Oh yeah, this stuff is way different from what we had back in the day. Like, how does this work? Yeah, this is definitely electric. Okay, so I see this plugs into the power, obviously. It gets water from the pipe. Water goes in, gets heated up, and then it gets sent to the tap. Yeah, it's very simple. It's basically like a shower head, except it has two hoses, while the shower head basically has just one thing, just one pipe. Gets water from the pipe, heats up inside the shower head, and then dumps on your head. You can also just use an Insta water here. Small one would be enough for the sink. Yeah, but again, the few people who do use these, they usually go for electric ones, just because of how much more convenient it is. Since the weather in this country here, in most of the country anyway, the average weather is usually warm to hot. So a boiler would be more of an expense than an actual beneficial thing to have all the time, because most of the year it would go unused, so it would just generate expenses with maintenance and stuff. An electric one would be cheaper to keep, not necessarily to use, because it would be a bit of an increase on the power bill, as these things are, and power in Brazil is not cheap. But it's still, overall, it would be cheaper than to use a boiler. Now, having said that, some apartment buildings in here, they do use internal heating systems for the shower heads of the apartments. Like, I have a friend who, I don't know if she still lives in the same building, but at least a few years ago, the building where she lived, the shower heads there, the water was heated up by boilers. No, actually, no, I lie. It wasn't boiler water or boiler heat. Her apartment, her building rather, used propane. Yes, used propane to, actually, yeah, I think it was in a boiler. Just use propane as the fuel for the boiler. In any case, they weren't electric showers over there, but that is one of the rare exceptions. Because again, you come to Brazil, you go to take a shower or like 99% of any bathroom, and you will find an electric shower head. Small ones, we have those here. One sec. Okay, no problem, everything. I'll check it when you send it. Okay, so I'm starting with the typed word commissions, and I'll try to shape this more or less as close as I can to the shapes of the banner. Which, now that I think of it, I should probably have done it with the grid layer enabled. Whatever. Okay, Reptang. But anyway, I'm going to try to shape this as close to the shapes of the banner as possible first, and then I'm going to use that as a reference for the actual drawn letters that I will make, just like I did for the word coffee or coffee. Alright, apparently it's supposed to be pronounced coffee. I don't know why I insist on saying coffee. Anyway. Okay, I guess that for starters, this would do. So now, should I first, welcome back, Reptang. Should I first try to shape each one of these letters a little further individually? No, I won't do that. What I will do is close my window, because now the sun has gone down and I can feel a gust, well, not a gust, but I can feel cold wind blowing into the room, and I'm fine. My feet, on the other hand, they are complaining. So just a moment, everybody. I'm also gonna have the door closed for two reasons. One, to reduce any drafts even further, and two, because it's not yet time to feed my cat, but I just know that in a few moments he would walk in and start nagging me for me to fill up his bowl. So I'm gonna keep the door closed so he doesn't nag me just yet. Alright, let's take a look at that there. Also should make myself comfortable here first. So does this run on electricity or propane or something else? I'm assuming it would run on some kind of fuel, right? Because I mean, you guys in Europe, you usually don't use electricity for heating. I could be wrong. Ah, so this here is electric. Alright, nice. Why are you so afraid of electric showers then, Reptane? If you already have electricity and water going together. I'm just teasing. But yeah, as I was saying, it's not common to heat up water from the tap, but with the few people who do install heaters on their taps here in this country, they usually go for electric ones like that. Actually, yeah, I think there would be heaters that use fire. Anyway, let's get started with this. Actually, let's not have the sample be that color. No. Let's have it be some other color. This would do. That looks kind of nice, actually. Not gonna lie. Let's enable the grid, which is there. 3 times 400 volts in delta wiring up to 18 kilowatts on mine. I see. But yeah, that there is basically, it's basically like a mini electric shower head, like the ones we have here. So yeah, it's safe. I will also add some opacity to make it easier to see the lines on the banner. Am I supposed to use this here? No, I would draw the lines with a different color to make it easier, even easier to see. Easier, not easier. Also, I am on the wrong layer now. Let me add a bit more opacity to this. Why? Because the wires aren't actually going into the actual shower cell. Again, as I said, it all comes down to whether or not it has been installed properly.
Stay indoors or come outside. Either way, just make up your mind. It's getting pretty late. There's still some time.
All right, let's begin.
Time waits for no one. Don't you know? Don't you know? Hope the best, prepare for the worst. Listen a while or eat your words. You think you're pretty
Actually, I think I'm going to use red. I need to make this very easy to see. Ah, welcome back. But yeah, it all comes down if it has been installed properly and if you are handling it properly. Otherwise, there is no danger.
Run with the wind. Wake up and greet yourself with a grin. Dry up the rain. Count up the days. Wish all your thoughts and troubles away. Bathe in the light, 'cause summer's begun. That's what it feels like under the sun. Whoa, whoa.
Nah, it is safe, Reptane. You're just not used to it. I know you have knowledge of electricity and stuff. But you actually have never used those. We have been using those for several decades here. They are safe.
Count up the days. Wish all your thoughts and troubles away. Bathe in the light, 'cause summer's begun. That's what it feels.
The problem with the sea is that it is all curves. And shape curves on this here, that is complicated. Well, not really, but get it done right, that is complicated. Also, Reptane, I think you would be more comfortable with an electronic shower head rather than just a plain simple electric one. Of course, both run on electricity and power is going into the thing. But actually, I'm not sure how exactly differently they work, but they are different. My current shower head, which I got last December, this one is actually an electronic one. It's so much better than a simple electric shower. So much better. It's more expensive, but it's so much better. Money well spent. The water pipes act as grounding if anything happens with the but the shower head, the electric shower heads, they have grounding as well here. They have. If anything happens with the IWH over there, it's enough to look at those wires weirdly to get an eternal sleep. Yeah, no, they are safe, and they do have grounding. Unless when you are installing, you choose not to plug it in, of course. But again, that falls within the realm of whether you are installing it properly or not. In other words, user error. Like, how the frick do I shape this right? If this was an E, an F, you know, something straight, that would be a lot easier, but this is all curves. How do I curve a curve around a curve? Oh, this is bending my mind. All of these bends are bending my mind.
Stay indoors or come outside. Either way, just make up your mind. It's getting pretty late. There's still some time to play, yeah. Time waits for no one. Don't you know? Don't you know? Hope the best, prepare for the worst. Listen a while or read your words. You think you're
Google from Brazil shower head meme. Yeah, I know those memes. Usually, always when the weather gets cold here, they start to pop up. A very common one is one with a Lorenzetti shower head, completely lit up like a light bulb, and usually accompanied by the text Come on, Lorenzetti, hang in there. We got work to do. And of course, a lot of smoke coming out. But yeah, I am familiar with those. And yeah, memes are one thing, and the actual reality of the thing is another. But yeah. And spell Truvato. Yeah, this is the one that I was talking about, but usually it's accompanied by some text. Like this one says, I don't know what I did, but I activated the shower's LEDs. But yeah, in the case, this one is doing this because either he turned on the power without having the water running first, or along with the power rather. Never do that with an electric shower. You're not actually, most of the time, you're not going to have problems with it. But there is a chance where the resistance that is inside the shower head, it may overheat, and then stuff like this could happen. Or in the case, his shower head is actually just bad. Oh no! Oh no! Wait a minute! No! You don't use a electric plug to plug the thing on the power. No, these things, they drain a lot of power. This shower has not been installed correctly. You don't use these here. I wanted to do this once. I asked an electrician if I could do it. He said, no, don't do it. Shower heads, they have to be installed straight into the grid of the house, because it can worst case scenarios, of course, it can overheat and melt and stuff. This here, no, this installation here, this one is just asking for problem. Yeah, this is a bad installation. Meanwhile, Japanese toilets, alien technology. Yeah. But yeah, this here, that's improper installation. Like, to give you an example of proper installation. These are, of course, stock images, but it should give a good example. Like, this here is an electronic shower head. You don't even see the wires, right? Properly installed, obviously. Can I find some actual photo from an actual bathroom? Like, this one here is being installed, and looks like it is being installed properly. Yeah, the wires, they usually go straight into the wall. Most cases, the proper way to install this, the more proper way rather, is to not even have the wires visible. That there is a simple, regular electric shower, not an electronic one. Here's another good example of a proper installation. See, the wires they are completely sealed off. And yeah, I believe I am seeing a third wire here, so this one here does have grounding. See, the wires, they are completely sealed off over here as well. And this is rubber, by the way, and it's going straight into the grid of the house. This is just a regular electric, not an electronic one. So yeah, that's proper installation. But then you have crap stuff like this here. That's a fire hazard. That's improper installation. Oh, this is so tiny. That is improper installation. This one is using a plug, and I can see this one has already had some fireworks show happening here. Oh my god, how old this shower head here is. Wow, that thing looks ancient. Get it there, creak, jet streamed on a daily basis. Yeah, it's with strange stuff. Here's an example of what may happen if you don't install it properly. This one here clearly had a short circuit. And why did it have a short circuit on the wires? Because they were not properly sealed. They were not properly isolated. Isolated, that's the word. In other words, improper installation. Because if you have proper installation, these are completely fine. Here's another example of proper installation. There, the wires going straight into the wall, completely not visible or even reachable in the shower head itself, and straight into the grid of the house. It can happen here by design. Yeah, I would imagine. But yeah, if properly installed. Oh wow, this one even has a display for temperature. That is fancy. But if properly installed, these are completely safe. Seriously, the problem is in proper installation and also in proper handling. Because you can still have wires be somewhat visible, like not be completely covered. I think this here is a good example. This here seems to be an electronic shower. Yeah, they are isolated, but they are visible. Actually, my shower head is installed like this here. But this installation here is usually fine. So long as you don't go and put your greasy and wet fingers on those wires. It should be fine either way, but do not tempt fate. Also, see if this green wire here, that's the ground. Although on this one here, it doesn't look like they connected that one. So that's a negative point. But yeah, these are safe. These are completely safe. Just don't botch. Just don't botch the job and do a bad installation. Like I'm looking for another example of bad installation. Excuse me. Let me try. Look. Trying to look for another example of bad installation. Let me try a different search term. See, I wouldn't shower with this one. I wouldn't. And I trust electric shower heads. Oh, no. No. That's improper installation. Oh no. This here is not the greatest either, but if the wires are isolated, it should be okay. But this one is something that I actually would maybe think a little twice before I actually would use one of these. Why am I looking at shower head instead of doing art? Oh yeah, I want to find more examples of bad installation. Man, most of what I'm finding here is just stock image for selling shower heads. I need one of these. My feet demand them. Let me try some other search term. Let me try the meme search terms in English. That might give me better results for what I'm looking for. It reminds me of the one clip of the pony thinking about a shower head. A pony think of a shower head? I don't think I'm familiar with that one. There's even a spider there. Ugh. This here is clearly improper installation. Why is the shower head pointing up like that? Oof. I hear. Oh no! No, they didn't do this. No, hold on. Reddit is awful for seeing images. Let me put this on paint. I saw it before? Man, I don't remember. If I see it, and I have seen it before, then I will remember. But anyway, oh my god! So, oh. So you have two valves for opening the water. Three actually. Though this one here probably just controls the flow of water coming from the water box in the house to the rest, to the entire bathroom. But that aside, let's consider just this one here, which is directly on the pipe going into the shower head. Plus this one, which is the one that should be the only one controlling the water flow. But that's the least of the problems with this one. These wires, they are not thick enough. They are not the right thickness for a shower head, for an electric shower head. Damn, let me take a look. Man, I don't remember this. And it's on my server.
If this is the shower's head, then is this the...
I don't remember this. And I clearly
This
saw
is
it.
the shower's head. Then is this the...
It's as if the shower is like, shut up, you know too much. But yeah, I don't remember this. But yeah, thanks for the reminder. That was amazing. But anyway, back to this here. Oh my, I am flabbergasted by this one. Forget the water valves for a moment. The wire is not the proper thickness for an electric shower head. It clearly has a metal wire just hanging here for whatever reason. The thing looks like it is about to fall off. And the wire, it is actually 4 wires, just, you know, not glued together, just connected together and isolated with electric tape. And not only that, he's plugging the thing to the wall like you plug your phone to charge. Yeah, twist. I couldn't remember the word. Thank you. Which, as we have already established, you do not do this with an electric shower. But worst of all is the location of that plug. Because when he opens this shower here, right, water is gonna go everywhere, even if it doesn't go straight into the plug there. When he's, you know, moving around, soaping up and washing his hair or whatever, water is gonna splash everywhere. It's just gonna go everywhere. And it's, you know, one place water is gonna go. Oops, I clicked everywhere. You know, one place water is gonna go here. Yeah, it's gonna go here. And that thing, not only that, but it is, oops, it is right next to a metallic these things are metallic. This one here is definitely metallic. Right next to a metallic valve. I wouldn't even get close to this one, even if it was not plugged in, and the day is super hot and I just want to take a cold shower. I would not get close to this one. No, sir. This is a great example of a very improper installation. This one is asking to get electrocuted. Seriously, oh my god. Wow. Just wow. Oh, this one is having fun there. Oh, this one is leaking everywhere. My old shower head, the one that I was using before, this electronic one that I bought in December, it was also leaking everywhere. It wasn't, however, in short like this one is. No, this one seems to be shorting. But actually, fun fact, even when they do short, electricity actually does not go into the water. That is, get out of here, bug. Doesn't actually go into the water, so you usually don't get electrocuted. I know it is weird, but that is how it is. Oh, this guy. Oh my god. Oh yes, the Lorenzetti shower head meme. Again, this one is not installed properly. Never use a plug. If you go to Brazil or anywhere that has a shower, an electric shower head, or even an electronic one, and it is plugged in like that, do not trust it. Don't. That's improper installation. But anyway, I'm still baffled by that one. Well, what the hell is happening here? What is this? Shower with friends? How do you rate my custom cable? Or oh, you just sent a picture there. Hold up. Let's see.
We are quite certain that thou hast already done a fine job of sleeping in. Yes.
I mean, it looks fine. Unless that's for plugging in an electric shower head, then no. What is this for exactly?
I could have you raise the sun for a while to make up for lost time, right?
But oh my, I don't even want to know what exactly is going on with the electric installation over there. Oof, that is rough. That is not something I would use. But yeah, what is this? A shower with friends? Okay, this is actually just a meme. Hey, that's a steam shower. You know, it's a fancy thing. You don't clean yourself with water. It's steam. Oh my god. Oh, don't do that. Alright, I think we are now just looking at electric shower head memes. Okay, what is going on here? Prison shower. Oh no. Oh hey, this is the same model shower head that I used to have before my current one. For connecting raw cables to it for testing purposes. Oh, then that should be fine. I am trying to understand what is going on here. So you have, what is this? Oh, there's not an alternator. I forget what is this. Well, number one, the shower head is plugged into the wall twice. So it's plugged into this board, which a plug, which you don't do for electric shower heads, and whatever's going on here is plugged into the wall back there with a plug, which again you don't do. There's a light bulb over here. I have no idea what the hell is it. What is this? This is 100% some Brazilian's creation. 100% this was made by Brazil, but what is going on here? What is this for? This looks like crackhead engineering. I mean, I could say this is an example of jeitinho brasileiro, you know, Brazilian way, or Brazilian little way, but I cannot make heads or tails of what is going on here. What is that for? What is this supposed to do? I don't get it. Still not as bad as that one I saw. I just accidentally found on Reddit there. But yeah, this looks like another bad example. Not a bad example. Another example of bad installation. And that one is not even plugged in. But yeah, the bottom of the story is, memes aside and stuff, if you install them correctly, they are safe. This is not the best installation, but it works. Though I myself would be a little doubtful of this. But the point is, they are safe if you install them correctly. If you install and use them correctly. Like, don't do this. Just don't. But yeah. If you come to Brazil, anyone, you are likely gonna be showering with one of those. Well, by one of those I mean electric or electronic shower heads. As for the way they are installed, well, that's a different matter. But anyway, they actually are safe. I mean, I am still alive, and I've been using those my entire life. But crackhead engineer. Let's go back to drawing. I would do, but there is something that I want to show. Hang on. Actually, because I am so active and not lazy at all, after I removed my old shower head, my electric one that broke down last year, and replaced it with the electronic one that I bought, which I am using right now. Amazing shower, love it. Because I'm not lazy at all, I absolutely threw the old thing away. Hang on. Oh, don't fall off. God damn it. Right. Here it is. This is my old shower head with the tube and all. Actually, I had to remove this tube as well because the new one, it has its own built-in thing. But yeah, this is the one that I was using before. It has 3 temperatures. Well, not really. On the middle here, I think you can see. Can you see it? Yeah, this is just a simple regular electric shower. On the middle here is off, so cold water. Right here is hot water. Oh, this is tough. And all the way on the other side here is just warm water. And again, on the middle is just off. There are some models that have more than just these 3 states here. They have like 4, like warm, off, warmer, and hot. You know, but this is my old one. And yeah, I had to replace it because one, it started leaking water everywhere, even through the hole here where the wires go. No electrocution, however, but also because it stopped warming up. I actually think this one might be shorting also, because I remember one of the last times that I used this one, I was trying to use warm water, and I remember hearing little electric pops, and I saw some LEDs turning on here. So, but again, no electrocution, nothing. But obviously, I figured it wasn't really safe to try keep using it like that. Pikachu, use shower head. Super effective. I bet it would. But yeah, so just to be on the safer side, I stopped using it immediately. But again, no electrocution. These things are very safe. Again, if they are installed properly. But this one just broke down. But yeah, let's see. This one, though, the wires are completely sealed off. This green one here is ground, although I wasn't using it, so that was that. But yeah, that's the old one. I should have thrown this thing away. I don't know why I haven't done it yet. Also, there's a lot of cobwebs everywhere. I'm gonna have to wash my hands. But yeah, that's it. It's actually really simple, the workings in here. But yeah, anyway, let me put this thing away and wash my hands, guys. Hold on.
Tell me it's personal, then say it twice. But I can hear even more behind your eyes. There's no illusion where you hide your lies. Why don't we sit and talk a while?
And they are also super simple to install. You don't have to be an electrician or call one to do it. I did it myself. I think since I was a teenager, I have been the one who always handled installing our shower heads at home. Yeah, Vaporeon fainted. But yeah, it all comes down to just installing them correctly and using them correctly. Otherwise, they are fine. Alright, let's go back to trying to draw this C. I think I'm gonna use more zoom for this here.
I hope you're listening, just like you say. I need a shoulder
I don't want this line to go up there.
I've been feeling like I must be.
Also, I didn't throw that away because I am lazy. I just keep forgetting about it. After I uninstalled that one, I just put it behind my door. And I just forgot about it. But eventually I will throw it away. I will keep that pipe, however, because that pipe there is brand new. And it can be useful again in the future. Hang on, let me write. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that kind of C there. It still doesn't eliminate or ease the difficulty of making this right. Alright, let's try up here. I think this part up here is going to be a little more difficult than the one on the bottom there. I think I'm going to start with the more straight part here. You know, this, but up there. I don't really think this is really all that correct. Well, let's go with it. Something I should do sometime for the stream is not really reacts, but someday I should probably do a stream where we are just checking memes, looking at memes and watching memes. That should be fun. One thing that I am considering of making, maybe, is I started studying Python again, and is maybe have my classes on stream as well. I'm not actually having classes, I'm just doing a online course, one made by Network Chuck. It's really good material. Yeah, but I'm actually enjoying it. It's fun. But the idea of doing those on while on stream, I mean, has crossed my mind. What good it would make for my learning? I don't know. Probably none. It's just an idea that crossed my mind. But someday I should do a stream where I'm just looking at memes, just for fun. Okay, this part here might be easier to make. Okay, I'll roll with this. Where's the grid layer? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, that looks fine. That looks fine. It's not what I'm actually gonna go with, of course. But for starters, that looks fine. Okay, let's carry on. Next, the letter O, the first one. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I'm not doing this 100% correctly. So I'm gonna make each letter, I'll draw the bases for them on separate layers. But once I am done with each one of them, I'm going to merge each one down into the same one layer here. So let's move on to O. I should save. I haven't saved it in a while. This one might not be as difficult to make as that O on coffee earlier, or this C for that matter. Just because of how little the banner is curving here, I think anyway. I might have some problems down here. Anyway, let's get started. Actually, I always start here. That should do it. Okay. That wonkiness will do for now. Now, for the M's, I am not going to draw them like the font. I'll do my own M's, which is more like that. So let's get started. There's a bug flying here. Did you see it on the camera? I think that bug is bugging me. If it keeps bugging me, since I am studying a programming language, I'm gonna do some debugging of this room. It's very distracting, that thing.
I've seen enough here to know I don't belong. My imagination
Okay.
again has led me on. This stubborn aching has a mind of its own. I've left, but I won't tell you where I've gone. I've never known that the world could be so mean. I'll never go back to who I used to be. A steady runway is all that I would need to reason with myself behind the scenes. Is it me? Or can you see through my walls as if they never show?
I have never wrote or drawn, in this case, an M like this before. Yeah, maybe there should be a little bit down here. the sake of not messing up my perception like it happened with the F earlier, with the K rather, on the word copy. Oh, but I am making these M's a little wider than they should be. This might... Can I stop doing this? I need a haircut. This might cause this word to not be centered. Assuming it even still fits in the banner when I am done. I hope that is not going to be a problem. Oh, that is wonky. Oh, that is quite wonky. I'm sure if it's not supposed to be perfect. It's just a template, basically, a reference, a base. But even for that this is just way too wonky. It's okay. I will sort it out. Holy Zoka! Happy Friday, Sunday. Thank you for joining, Salvi. Welcome. How have you been? I hope you have been doing well. You just missed us looking at memes of electric shower heads on Brazil. That was fun. Oh my god, even for just a template-based thingy, this is just way too wonky. No. Let's redo this part here, because this is just way too wrong. Falo português e inglês aqui tá baixo. Compreendo. This stream is in English. Esse stream é em inglês, por isso estou falando inglês. I just said you just missed us looking at Brazil's electric shower memes. Eu falei que você acabou de perder a gente olhando a memes de chuveiros elétricos no Brasil. Foi divertido. It was fun. Okay, this is looking much better. Still not good though. Some place that I can recommend you to start learning English. Algum lugar que eu possa recomendar para você começar a aprender? Anywhere. Qualquer lugar. Okay. For the sake of to help everyone understand what I'm going to be saying now, since I'm going to be addressing Holy Zoka, I will say the same things that I say in English, I will say in Portuguese as well, so both can understand and vice versa, okay guys? So, eu vou falar basicamente a mesma coisa em português e inglês, assim você, Holy Zoka, pode entender com mais facilidade, e também o pessoal que está assistindo o stream. But yeah, where you can learn English, somewhere easy, onde você pode aprender inglês com facilidade. Cara, dude, English is a very easy language. Inglês é um idioma bem fácil. I wasn't really kidding when I said that a good place to learn is basically anywhere, everywhere. Eu não estava de fato brincando necessariamente quando falei que um bom lugar é qualquer lugar, qualquer lugar e tal. A good way that I think you could start by yourself, uma boa forma que você pode tentar começar a aprender por conta própria. I'm trying to think of a way to word this very easily, so I can more quickly translate the same thing into both languages. Pensando numa forma bem fácil de falar isso, de forma que fica mais fácil para traduzir nos dois idiomas mais rápido. Uma forma... Freaking bug. Uma forma fácil é começando com filmes e jogos mesmo legendados. A good and easy way for you to start by yourself is start with movies and games with subtitles. Have the game or movie or TV show, whatever you are watching, in the original language. This bug is really annoying. Have it in the... Seriously? Have it in English, the audio in English, you know? Seja filme ou programa de TV que você está assistindo, seriado, digo, que você está assistindo, ou jogo que você está jogando, tenha o áudio em inglês. And have subtitles enabled. E tenha legendas ativas. E vai acompanhando a legenda junto com o áudio. And you go reading the subtitles along with the audio. And go associating the words and phrases on the subtitles with what is being said on the audio. Né? E vai associando o que está escrito na legenda com as palavras e frases na legenda com o que está sendo dito no áudio. Another very good and easy way for you to start learning English by yourself. And by the way, these ways are ways that I used to self-teach me. Outra forma fácil, e a propósito, essas são formas que eu mesmo usei para eu aprender por conta própria. I have to redo this bit here. Is music. É música. Acha umas músicas que você gosta, find some songs that you like in English, em inglês, and look up their lyrics online. E procura pela letra delas online, pela tradução da letra também. Also for the translation of those lyrics. And as you listen to the song, conforme você vai ouvindo a música, vai acompanhando também com o que está escrito na tela. You go following along as you listen to the song, follow along with what's written. To give you an example, para te dar um exemplo, years ago, when my English was still very rough, para te dar um exemplo, anos atrás, quando meu inglês ainda era meio paupérrimo, here's what I was doing. if I can remember. Aqui que eu tava fazendo. Ah, yeah. Here. So, that is exactly what I used to do. Isso é exatamente o que eu costumava fazer. I would look up online the lyrics of songs that I like. Eu procurava as letras das músicas que eu gosto. And I would have them on a doc file, on a Word file. E eu ia colocar elas no documento do Word. Like, for example, 99 red balloons. Como, por exemplo, 99 balões vermelhos. Me listening to incoherent black methods. So yeah, here's one example of what I am trying to tell you. Holy. Aqui é um exemplo do que eu estou tentando te falar, Holy. I made this several years ago. Eu fiz isso aqui muitos anos atrás, quando eu estava praticando. So what I would do was I would listen to the song. O que eu fazia é ouvir a música, follow along with what is written in English. Acompanhava, né, o que estava sendo dito na música, acompanhava lendo em inglês. And I would also have the translation. This is an official translation, by the way. Eu também tinha aqui junto a tradução da letra. Não, isso aqui é uma tradução oficial. Official. Yes, this is a German song. I almost know how to sing this in German. Eu quase sei cantar essa música aqui no idioma original, que é alemão. Essa música é uma música alemã. Anyway, and follow along as well with the translation. Segue junto aqui também com a tradução. Assim fica mais fácil você entender o que de fato está sendo dito linha por linha. So that way it is easier for you to understand what is being said line by line, you know. And that helps a lot with associating what each word in English is in Portuguese. So, então, isso ajuda muito a você conseguir associar e, portanto, decorar o que cada palavra em inglês significa em português. Of course, this is a somewhat slow-ish process. Claro, isso é um processo mais ou menos um pouco demorado. Às vezes não é uma coisa que vai acontecer assim, da noite para o dia. It's not something that is going to happen like this overnight. But in time, you will start learning the language. Né? Conforme o tempo vai passando, você vai começar a aprender o idioma e você não vai nem perceber. Sério mesmo. As time will go by, you will start learning the language here, and you are not even going to realize you are learning it. And then it should come a day where you just hear something in English and you will just know what is being said without having to first run a translation in your mind to Portuguese so you can understand. Então vai chegar um dia que você vai simplesmente ouvir alguma coisa em inglês e você simplesmente vai entender. Você não vai precisar rodar uma tradução na sua cabeça, traduzir para português para você então conseguir entender. Porque no começo é assim, né? Você vai ouvir alguma coisa, você vai primeiro precisar traduzir na sua cabeça, aí você vai entender. Mas vai chegar uma hora que isso não vai mais acontecer. Você vai simplesmente ouvir e já vai entender direto. Yeah. So, at first it would happen like this, where you hear in English and you will first need to translate in your head to then understand, but eventually it will come a time when you would just hear and just understand. No need for further translations. So yeah, now in terms of an actual course, like classes you can take, em termos de um curso, aulas que você possa ter, né, fazer para estudar o idioma, eu infelizmente vou ficar devendo a resposta para isso. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to own you one on that one, because unfortunately I don't have the answer to that exactly. But that's because I myself never had any actual classes for learning English, even just online ones. Mas isso simplesmente porque eu mesmo nunca tive nenhuma aula de fato para estudar o idioma. né? Nem mesmo a aula online. Então por isso eu não vou saber, né, te apontar para alguma coisa específica, né, um curso no YouTube, por exemplo. So for that reason, I will be unable to point you towards some kind of classes, online courses, like on YouTube, for example. So I'm sorry about that one. So, então por isso foi mal, desculpa, eu vou ficar devendo essa. Mas formas fáceis de você aprender por conta própria, mesmo sem aulas, é isso. Você assiste filmes com a legenda, pega a música e pega a letra. There are ways for you to study by yourself. Is watching movies with the subtitles, audio in English, songs, video games, you know, the games you like to play. Stop playing them in Portuguese. Even the text in Portuguese. Well, at first you need the text in Portuguese, I guess. Mesmo jogos que você gosta de jogar, né? Para de jogar em português. Se bem que no começo você vai precisar dos textos em português, né? Mas tenta focar mais no inglês mesmo. Primeiro você vai acompanhando em português para, né, fazer a associação das palavras. Mas filmes, músicas, jogos, seu próprio celular, por exemplo. Start with songs, movies, games, even your own phone. Windows on your PC, Windows no seu PC. Change everything to English. And if you can't understand something, look up the translation. Muda tudo para português. O que eu tô falando? Meu Deus do céu. Muda tudo para inglês. E o que você não entender, você busca a tradução. Pede ajuda também para alguém que saiba mais. Né? Pode perguntar para mim também mesmo, por exemplo. Ask for help of someone who knows more if you need, even to myself. But yeah, point is, you have to expose yourself to the language you are trying to learn as much as possible. Ponto é, você tem que se expor ao idioma que você está tentando aprender o máximo possível. Você faz isso, em pouco tempo você vai estar aprendendo, já vai saber o idioma praticamente e você não vai nem perceber. Quando você der por conta, você já vai saber o idioma e você vai ficar perguntando, quando foi que eu aprendi? Sabe? Isso vai acontecer, prometo para você. Mas você tem que se dedicar. So it will come a time where you just learn the language you are not even going to notice, and it will just come a day when you're just going to think, when did I learn that? And you won't even know. And I promise you, if you dedicate yourself, you are going to learn. Yeah, I'm not kidding. My entire phone is in English. Eu não tô brincando, meu celular inteirinho tá todo em inglês. Aqui, ó. Não sei se você vai conseguir ver aparecer direto. I'm not kidding, my entire phone is in English. I don't know if you can see right. That's the settings menu. Completely in English. And so is Windows on my phone. Windows on my PC. E assim também é o Windows no meu PC. Tudo em inglês. Mas por quê? Exposição. But why? Exposition. Exposing yourself to the language. A meta é estudar e voltar aqui, ir em call com você e trocar uma ideia em inglês. I will be expecting that. I will be waiting and I will ask you about it if I can remember. E assim eu espero que isso aconteça mesmo. Eu vou te cobrar se eu conseguir lembrar. Same, might is also in English. Yeah, see? Reptain, he's actually German. His native language is German. English is a second language. Tem, por exemplo, aí o Reptain, ele é alemão. O idioma Sorry, my brain blue screen. Deu tela azul no cérebro. O Reptain, ele é alemão. O idioma nativo dele não é inglês, é alemão. Ele acabou de dizer aí que ele faz a mesma coisa. O computador dele, tudo dele é também em inglês. His everything is also in English. His computer and stuff. But it all boils down to practice. Tudo gira em torno de prática. My dad used to say, and I believe him, that, for example, if you go to the United States... Hey Ghosty! Happy Sunday! Welcome! Thank you for joining the stream. I hope you're doing well. You join in a moment where I am speaking both English and Portuguese at the same time. Kinda. And blue screening in between. Anyway, meu pai costumava dizer que se, por exemplo, você for para os Estados Unidos, e ele foi, ele dizia isso por experiência. So my dad used to say that if you go to the United States, which he did, he spoke from experience, and you only use English. Forget about Portuguese, even if you don't know a single word in English. Just dive into the language. Se você for para os Estados Unidos, mesmo que você não saiba uma palavra em inglês, simplesmente esqueça português completamente. Só usa inglês. In about a year, em cerca de um ano mais ou menos, you will already be speaking English. You may not be speaking English correctly, but it will be enough for you to understand and be understood as well. Então, mais ou menos um ano, se você ficar somente no inglês, esquece o português, se expor apenas ao inglês quando você for para os Estados Unidos, em mais ou menos um ano você já vai estar falando o idioma. Não muito bem, talvez, mas vai ser o suficiente para você já conseguir entender e ser entendido. Em outras palavras, prática. In other words, practice. Speaking of United States, you can horribly explain something the South like call a goose, a covered chicken. We will 100% know what you're saying. Yeah, I have like those kinds of things over here as well. But yeah. Eu espero, sei lá, ter ajudado de alguma forma, o Holy. I hope I helped you in some way, Holy. I really hope, because I'm not exactly very good at explaining things. Porque eu não sou exatamente muito bom em explicar coisas. Incentivo já é o início. De nada. Eu realmente espero que você aprenda, porque é um idioma muito bom. I really hope you learn, because it's a really good language. You learn English, I assure you, a whole new universe is going to open up for you. Se você aprende inglês, eu garanto para você, o universo gigantesco, um universo inteiro novo vai se abrir na sua frente. Coisas que você nem sabia que existia, você vai ficar conhecendo, vai aprender. E, cara, é muito bom. Things you never knew even existed, you are going to learn. And dude, it's really good. It's really good. Really, really good. Plus, hey, thank you so much for the follow, Zoka. Muito obrigado pelo follow, Zoka. Muito apreciado, sério mesmo, valeu. Jokes, for example. Piadas, por exemplo. There's an ocean of amazing jokes in English that only make sense in English and not in Portuguese. Piadas, por exemplo, tem um oceano de piadas em inglês que só fazem senso. Não, peraí, eu embolei um pouquinho. Só fazem sentido em inglês, por exemplo. Não funciona em português de jeito maneira. Oh, hang on, let me read your message there, Ghosty. That's a longer one. I had a Portuguese exchange student in my school when I went to school, and they always came to me to translate things, which was amusing. They kept trying to explain a fish as a water cat. Explain a fish as a water cat. Eu tive um estudante, eu estudei com um estudante de intercâmbio que falava em português na minha escola, quando eu ia para a escola. Ele sempre vinha a mim para que eu traduzisse coisas, e eu achava muito interessante. Ele sempre tentava explicar um peixe como um gato d'água, e eu ria 90% das vezes do dia. I have a lot of catfish in my area, so I guess it made sense. Yeah, he was probably trying to talk about a catfish. Provavelmente estava tentando falar do peixe gato, which is not actually a cat. Why do we even call it a catfish? Is it just because it has whiskers? Anyway, try to speak anything else than German or English here, and you here is Wait, I can't read that. Tenta falar qualquer outra coisa além de alemão ou inglês aqui. E tudo que você vai ouvir é... I really can't read that. Hang on. This pack is Deutsch. Well, I can only guess that basically saying German, you son of a cow, speak it! Or certainly something along those lines. I have a German image. I mean, ich bin lernen Deutsch, which is very new. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I kind of guessed. Like, try to learn German, you stupid. Or something like that. É mais ou menos o que eu imaginei. Tipo, vai aprender alemão, seu besta. We have a German image board where every animal is either a cat, lizard, or bird with fitting prefixes. Excuse me, of course. Dog, bark, cat. Of course, lasagna cat. That sounds delightfully funny. Lasagna cat. I don't know, I think those would hate Mondays. Can you elaborate? Yeah, please do. But anyway, yeah. Pratique inglês, você vai gostar, cara, sério mesmo. Practice English, you are really going to like it, dude. Alright, let's try to draw that second M. Does it have fur? It's a cat. Does it have fur? Doesn't it have a fur? Then it's a lizard. Well, you joke, but you have to remember that dragons are basically giant lizards with cat software. So, yeah, it kind of makes sense. Now, look at this. It's a big cat though. All it's missing is the whiskers. And there you go. Meow meow. Qual a diferença do inglês europeu e americano? What's the difference between English UK and English US? In a nutshell, it's, to make it very easy to understand, it's kind of like the European Portuguese and Brazilian Portuguese. Né? De forma bem resumida e simplificada, para ficar bem fácil de entender, é mais ou menos como o português europeu, português de Portugal no caso, né? E o português brasileiro. It's basically that. Some words are different with different meanings. There's of course the accent. Algumas palavras são diferentes com significados diferentes. Outra coisa também é o sotaque. But overall, that's basically it. Mas de forma geral é mais ou menos isso. That's the wrong color. Oh, also I forgot to merge this down. Yeah, there we go. And save again. Então o principal seria o UK, so the main one would be the UK. I suppose you could say so. Suponho que possa se dizer assim. Foi de lá que veio o inglês americano, afinal de contas. That's where American English came from, after all. Well, that's where English came from. Foi de onde o inglês, o idioma veio, na verdade, né? As for it turning into American English, quanto a ele se tornar inglês americano, aí foi uma questão de desenvolvimento. It was a matter of developing. And how the language evolved. E como o idioma evoluiu. There are also exceptions. Beaver. I am not going to translate that one. Eu não vou traduzir esse daí não. Mas o que o Reptin falou é que há também algumas exceções, como por exemplo, I forgot beaver em português. Esqueci como é que é beaver em português. Man, I completely forgot. Really? You think this is Portuguese? No, sir. That is not Portuguese. Where is English? There. Beaver in German is Bieber? That would explain Justin's name. Anyway. Castor. O Reptin estava falando que há algumas exceções também, como por exemplo Beaver, Castor. It would be curva, though curva that's actually a curse word. Castor, no caso ali, o exemplo dele seria curva, só que isso daí é um palavrão. Palavrão polonês, se não me engano. A Polish curse word, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, there are Photoshop Beaver. I gotta look at them now. Eu tô falando que sim, tem memes photoshopados do Justin Bieber como um castor. Porque castor, né, em alemão é Bieber, que nem o sobrenome do Justin Bieber. Do you know a lot of languages doesn't have a translation for tortilla? That makes sense because it's a piece of food. The hell was I going to do? Ooh, yes. Justin Bieber memes. That is exactly the kind of thing that I was expecting. Oh, that is amazing. Yeah, well, I'm just Justin Bieber. Man, I really gotta do a stream someday where I'm just looking at memes. That is going to be so much fun. I hope, anyway. Ugh. Oh no. That was a bad joke. Em algum momento eu tenho que fazer algum stream onde eu só tô olhando memes e vídeos engraçados. Eu espero que isso seja um programa bom. Trem bom demais da conta sua. Alright, let's continue this M. Yeah, memes are kind of art. I love memes. It's another great thing about knowing English. You get access to so many good memes. É outra boa coisa de saber inglês. Você ganha acesso a tantos memes bons. Even if it is the most brain dead people making them. As I do to half of my community. That makes sense. I think that is true all over the world, no matter where you are, where you go. There are good memes, there are bad memes, and there are far left memes. But I'm not gonna get political. Tempting though. But anyway, jokes aside, yeah, there's bad jokes everywhere. Speaking of bad jokes, tell me a dad joke.
Why are archaeologists so annoyed? They always have a bone to pick.
I'm not going to comment on that. Yeah, that's a good idea, Ghosty. the voice still doesn't work. Honestly, I gave up on trying to fix that. But yeah, let's try to at least finish this M. I keep interrupting it. Okay, I think this part here I'm gonna need more zoom to do it. I can feel my toenails curling up. Please, no more dead jokes. You know, usually when people say no more dead jokes, what they actually really truly mean is, please, do more. Don't stop. Like, ah, oh, that is awful. It's crap. Please, don't stop. Actually, I have a bot on Dragon Realms that... Oh, you sent me a DM? Let's see, what is this? Hang on. Yeah, yeah, that's the one we just saw there. Actually, I have a bot on Dragon Realms that tells dead jokes. If I can remember what the command is, if it is either exclamation dead joke or what, I don't remember. I'll try this. It's not that. Darn it. Hang on. Was it an at that joke? No. Crap, I forgot. Hang on. Oh, it is exclamation dad joke. Why hasn't it worked then? Oh, it's question mark now? What the fudge? What's the worst part about being a cross-eyed teacher? They can't control their pupils. But anyway, yeah, I have this bot on... Why is... Okay, it is working. I have this bot on Dragon Realms that tells you that jokes. I love and hate it at the same time. What does a clock do when it's hungry? It goes back for seconds. That joke stream when... I mean, I could do it now. But I'm serious when I say that someday I should do a stream where I'm just checking memes and watching funny videos. And of course, why not? Dad jokes. I love them. Maybe it's because of my age. I'm getting old. But yeah. I don't know if you'd let mine, Mike. My humor is extremely dark. Well, turn on a light then. But yeah. I mean, I'm usually fine with dark humor. Sometimes, occasionally, I do dark humor myself. The problem, and I'm gonna say problem in quotations, with dark humor is the nature of some jokes. Humor itself is not something that should have limits. But, you know, some things we kind of do have to be a little careful with sometimes. It also depends on the environment we are telling such jokes. But yeah, otherwise, go bonkers. Except in Brazil. Careful with telling jokes in Brazil. You can literally be arrested for telling jokes in here. I'm not even kidding. It has happened. All you gotta do, if you don't believe me, is look up the comedian Leo Lins. And because we have such a strong and totally trustworthy democracy in this country, I am not going to talk any further about the matter. Because I literally can't do it. And when I say can't, I mean I'm not really allowed to do it. Isn't democracy amazing? Like World War II Dark. Oh, I see. I'm gonna send you a video, Mike, but do not play it on stream. Alright. So play it on stream, you say? Okay. I'm kidding. Let's see the thumbnail. It is so tiny! Alright, I'll check. Oh, it's a TikTok link. How dare you? Now that there is a crime. Forget about the dark humor and stuff. The TikTok, now that is a crime. That is a problem. Now I'm angry. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'll check it out later. Audio can play through, just not the video. Ooh. Should I risk it? I'll risk it. Let me pause the music. TikTok is the best source for dark humor. Did you fall on your head when you were born? I'm just kidding, of course. I agree to disagree. That's highly arguable. I see what you mean. Oh my god. That is so wrong. Why am I laughing? Oh dear Lord. On the afterlife, when I am brought to the trial, and this gets brought up, and I am questioned about it, I'm gonna say, look, I was just doing a stream. Okay, it's not really my fault. It's Ghost's fault. Man, I have done this line here so many times now. Colonial Joe, thank you so much for the follow. Happy Sunday, and thank you for joining the stream. Welcome. But yeah, I have done this line here so many times. I can't stop redoing it. It doesn't help that I am not getting it right to begin with. But yeah. I'm trying not to choke on my food. Yeah, please don't choke on your food. I'll take the blame. Well, good, because I'm gonna hold you accountable. Yeah. Click on the stream on the right time, by the way. I hope so, because it's actually not editing some of my VODs every now and then. I have come to realize that apparently it's not really difficult to get me out of context. So yeah, I really hope it was indeed the right time. Oh my god, come on with this. Maybe less zoom is going to help. I am not a zoomer after all. A certain ghost told me to come over here. Well, welcome. Joy is from my community. Oh, that is nice. Awesome. But yeah, again, welcome and thank you so much for the follow. No, it's not that. Man's over here watching Thomas Tank Engine on stream 100%. Would you believe if I told you that I actually have never watched a single episode of Thomas the Tank Engine? Actually, I don't think it was ever aired here in Brazil, which is why I never watched it. Okay, I think this line is still wrong. Come on, man, just wait. I am almost getting it right. Yeah, that's gonna be good enough. I am going to redraw all of this with a pen after all. The pen tool, that is. I am already using a pen. So all I need is this to be just more or less right, you know? Because, you know, basics first. It was made to by an X. Wait, what? I was made to by an X, but eh. This is why we don't date the trained autistic level of people. Well, I wouldn't really know about that. I have never dated those kinds of people. Actually, I have never dated anyone. Yeah, I'm not ashamed to admit that. Okay, hang on. How exactly is this folding here? Okay, kind of like this one here. Okay, I got it. I got it, but at the same time I don't. I should start with the lower part of the M. So let me undo that. Manager said, "Woman, nah, I got video games." I mean, yeah, right. Who needs to date when you have games? It's just dating is just going to take time away from playing video games. Am I right or am I right? I suppose it needless to say that you should not actually take everything that I say seriously, because you guys know I joke a lot. At least I try to, or at least I think I do. Point is, I say a lot of nonsense when I'm not being serious. So do take some stuff with a grain of salt. This is why we stay single. Yeah, gotta play them games. I mean, how do you think I got over 3,200 hours on Team Fortress 2? Actually, no, I think I only have over 3,100. Where is TF2? Haven't played in a while. Fun game. I'm on the wrong list. Yeah, I'm curious. I was just looking at how many hours I have on TF2 the other day, but I forgot. Yeah, how do you think I got 3,169? Nice. 69 hours on TF2. I'm single. Actually, this bit here, I think I'm gonna have to do it differently because of the way the cloth is folding. Like, I think at first it's going kind of like this, and then it goes into that band over there, and then it bends outwards over here. Excuse me. So let's add a smooth curve and then do this. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Ooh, actually, this here needs to go further down a little bit more, just like the other one. I want to see if I can finish at least the basics for this word here before I end the stream. Ironically for me to say that, because the song playing right now is the one that I use on my outro. Yeah. Man, I really love this song. It is my #1 favorite. Ever since I first heard this song several years ago. I never get tired of it. And mind you, I am a guy who actually literally gets angry with repetition. I don't like repetition. Okay, how am I gonna go about with this part for this one here? Because the cloth, the banner here is folded a bit differently. The shape is different. And then we have this band over here. Also, that there, actually no, that is right, because that is past the part where the cloth is bending. Alright, see. No, don't leave me! I'm gonna miss you. But my aim is getting better. Anyway, let's do this part here first. That should help with things, I guess. This is being a lot of work, but I think the final version of these letters for this word is actually going to be fun. I'm not sure how fun it is going to be, but I feel it is going to be fun. Also, either that line is going too far down, or this one is not going far down enough. One problem at a time. As I always say, basics first. No. Yes. Hey, I fixed it. Without even realizing it. I think this here is going a little too far. That's better. Now over here, we do a curve, kind of like this. Kinda. Not really like that, because that is wrong. I just realized I am hungry. Oh, that's why. It's almost 7:30. I haven't eaten anything today. Thankfully, however, I am feeling much better. Okay, now this here should be easy, because essentially I now just have to draw a straight line, which is very curved because of the way the banner is curving, you know. But still, being a straight line, that should be much easier to do. Like, that C was a bit of a nightmare. Well, not really, but it was difficult. Draw curves on curves is tough. Yeah. Okay, I think I need to make this smaller. I really can't wait to finally start shading this guy. Look at that goober! Coloring and shading, and doing effects also. It's one of my favorite parts of doing art. It's fun. And I like having fun. Because, you know, guys, they just want to have fun. That's not how the lyrics go, but I'm not a girl. Anyway, yeah, it's fun. Ah, yeah, I was forgetting. I gotta do this here. This bit has to go over here as well. I hadn't done that. That was throwing me off a little bit. Yeah, that's much, much better. Now wait a second. That's not connected correctly. This here is supposed to be connected to this one, not this one to be connected to this one. So no. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to redraw this here. It's fine. Actually, this entire leg of the M will have to be redrawn. This is almost what I need. Also here, I'm gonna need the smaller eraser for this. And here. That is much better. Much, much better. My neck is itching for some reason. Ooh, by the way, it is about time that I feed my cat. So yeah, I'll see if I can finish this ASAP, and then I'm gonna do that. Because if I am hungry, he probably is hungry as well. There we go. There we go. The basics for the M. This M. I think they are done, but I think this M is a little too wide. That can be a problem later. It absolutely can be a problem later. I will keep it like this. But I am concerned if this is going to be... You know what, I should probably try to resize this a little bit. Now, some small corrections here might be needed. Well, yeah, I mean, some corrections are going to be needed. But since I am going to be drawing over all of this with the pen tool later, just like I did for the word coffee, this here should be okay. It should be fine. It shouldn't be a problem. What I don't need is this thing going way too far over there, because otherwise the rest of the word is not going to fit inside this banner. I was gonna say panel. Alright, Reptane, see you in a bit. Okay, let's move on to the I, and this should be easy. Famous last words. But it should be mostly easy, because, well, it's basically just one straight line. So yeah. Let's do it. There we go, we have an I. And soon we are going to have two I's. Ooh, draw the S's might be a little difficult. And there's another example of how it can be taken out of context very easily. Because I just said that draw the S's is going to be difficult. I said S's, not asses. Alright, let's begin. Yeah, see, if this part of the banner, it curves outwards, whereas this one here is curving inwards a bit. No. Yeah, that's better. That is better. There we go. I've done the basics for the first S. It's not the greatest thing, but should work for what I'm going to be doing later. So merge down, make a new layer, and let's move on and make the second one. That's what I'm supposed to do here. Welcome back, Riptane. I'll fix this in post. At least I hope I will, because that is the idea. And even for a basics thing, a template stuff, this is a little bit too wonky. But let's move on. This should be enough. I right-clicked. I really like this pen, however, I do have a little bit of trouble with these buttons here. Sometimes I either have some difficulties finding the button when I actually want to right-click, and some other times I accidentally right-click, which just happened here, and it cost me one undo. Fixed the problem, but yeah, it's not really annoying, but it's something I would rather not have happen. But it does happen sometimes. Okay, this eye was actually quite easy to make. It's an eye. It's a straight line, like I said before. Straight lines are so much easier to make. Oh boy, here we go. I know. I always have troubles with the curved ones. Let's get started. Hopefully this one should not be much of an issue, however. The only part I should actually have troubles with is this area down here. Because again, of how the cloth is bent, how it is folding its shape. Oh no, I almost got this right. And then I messed up. There we go. There we go. Oh, but this bit here is wrong. Not anymore, it isn't. Alright, let's poke a hole into this O. That works. That actually wasn't as hard as I thought it was gonna be. Now for the N. I don't want to do this one here. That these curves here, these folds, that looks like a nightmare to deal with. If it was just a straight line, you know, a letter with straights, but that's an S. It's curves it's curves galore. It's curves everywhere. The whole thing is a curve. We'll get there. I chose to draw it, so now I will have to deal with it. I can do it. No problem. I think I should probably do both legs of this N first, and then draw the part where they connect. That maybe might make things a little easier. But I feel I am going to have some issues with space when it's time to draw this S here. I hope not, but I have a feeling that is going to happen. which is something that earlier on I talked about, and I was already concerned about that. And I blame it on these two M's. They are too wide. Like my mom. Alright, let's do this hand here. Ooh. How am I going to curve this thing? Alright, that works. Yes, I am definitely going to have issues with that SC. And I'm not referring to getting its curves correctly around the curves of the banner. I'm talking about spacing. I'm definitely going to have issues with that. Almost it. Almost right.
Can you see me as you walk right through my heartache? As you glance beyond the steps I take, my eyes to be awake. Can you hear me when I say my heart's about to break?
Okay, I've got the legs of the N. Now let's connect those two. I should probably start with this here. This will look better when I use the pen tool for the final version. Or so I hope. Otherwise, it's fine, I guess. It does look like those letters are actually on the banner, right? They follow the shape of the banner with all the bands and curves of the cloth and stuff. Okay, let's keep going. Only one more letter to go, and this is probably going to be the hardest one. Wait a minute. That N might be taking off. Yeah, I am definitely going to have problems with this area here. Absolutely. Oh, balls. No.
Time runs circles round us all, lifts us up and lets us fall. With every beat we move alone, sync up our hearts to another song. Life flows like a stream.
I maybe might want to do the upper part of the S first, and then have these two meet in the middle. And I do think I'm gonna have to redraw that N, or at least parts of it. Because something wrong ain't right.
Traded seeds that we could sow, and all the things we have today, thanks to souls so far away.
I mean, this is meant to be very curvy, but that's not just curvy, that's wonky. Too wonky.
She's caught in a matter storm. A what? A matter storm. A chaotic point in the universe where matter is created and destroyed at random. No, not good. The time vertices are converging. I know.
Doctor, what can we do?
Thinking. We're running out of options, Doc.
That actually is not looking too bad. Better than I expected. Unfinished, of course. But so far, it's actually looking much better than I expected. Guys, other than having to fix the N or the S itself, either one of these, I think I've managed. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, one of these is a little too tall. I'm not too sure if the N is actually shorter than it should really be, or if the S is taller than it should be, or either that or it's actually out of place. Either way, one of these two needs to be fixed. And actually I have to do this fix at this stage here before I draw the final version with the pen tool. Because this here is the basis. It's a template. It's the reference that I'm gonna need for that. So if this is wrong, I will very easily run the risk of getting the final version wrong as well. So I have to figure out which one of these two needs to be changed and in which manner I will do this change.
There was nothing left for me to see, so I took a walk to the edge of the town. Thought of leaving it all be.
It might be the S.
When I
It might be the S after all.
let her fall right out of the sky, as a gray mare hovered way up high. Thought I was crazy when I saw her way, and then simply fly away. So I opened the letter and looked inside, and what was written made my day. It said, "Isn't it great to be different? Isn't it wonderful to be exactly
Alright, now let's see, how do I connect to these two sides?
accepting yourself? You'll become a shining star."
Yes.
To this day, the writing on that page is modeled by the tears I shed. 'Cause at that moment, something inside me changed, and a bright new path I led. I ran back home and I picked up my old guitar, and I started strumming these chords, and I sang her words along with
I'll have to redraw this part here.
and I heard someone sing along, and we sang, "Isn't it great to be different? Isn't it wonderful to be exactly who you are? When you learn to start accepting yourself, you'll become a shining star."
frankly, at this point, I'm not sure which is more difficult. If doing this word like this, and God forbid I decide to use other words on this banner as well. If doing it like this, or if it would be harder to just try and warp an actual text, you know, written text with the keyboard and the text tool to match the curvatures on this banner. Because both of them have their challenges. But I don't know, I think I've managed.
These last few years flew by just like a blur. I'm now exactly where I should be. And I know
Yes!
it all to her.
I did it.
That beautiful mare who believed in
I did it. There is one problem though, and I was foreseeing this would probably happen, but the text, the word, it does seem to be a little too much more to the right side, my right side that is, than it actually should be, so it's not really centered. But other than that, it's fine. Like if I select everything, copy and paste, I can indeed see it is not centered. There, see, it is more to the side than it actually should be. I was concerned if this was going to happen with actually just drawing the letters and stuff, but I guess it's kind of unavoidable in a way. Because the only way to fix this is by redrawing everything, just having it a little more to the left, my left that is. Because if I just paste it on top like this, so it is completely fully centered, now the lines, they are, well, they are wrong because they are no longer following the bands of the cloth. See how stuff is not matching anymore? So yeah, this would be too much trouble. So I'm just gonna leave it like this. It's not really that much of a big deal. I say that, but I'm still trying to think of some other way that I can fix this without having to redraw everything. Oh well, it's fine. Point is, I now have the basics for the word commissions, and the next step is going to be drawing the final version of those. Even the coffee word here, not even this one is actually centered. Not 100% as it actually should be. As an example, if I merge these, copy and paste, and move it down, see, they are a little bit more to my left than they are actually supposed to be actually completely 100% fully centered. But that's okay, I'm just going to leave it like this, it's fine. Okay, so yeah, next step, which I'm not gonna do today. I gotta go feed my cat and myself, so I'm gonna be wrapping up here. But just so you know, for the next time that I work on this on stream, on the short Sunday, I will be drawing the actual final version of each one of these letters here on this banner, just like I did with the word Ko-fi earlier on stream. So yeah, and of course, needless to say, all of this that you're seeing here right now, this word written in these red lines, this is going to be erased later, because this here is just a template. So yeah, actually let's go ahead and just make the first layer for the final thing, which is going to be the letter C. But yeah, so this should be the first thing that I will be working on next time that I work on this project on the Chill Art Sunday, because that's gonna be it for today, everybody. It's actually it's about 8 o'clock now. I am hungry, my cat is definitely hungry, so I should go. Plus, I think it was a good show. I've been streaming for about 5 hours. Minus the 20 minutes that I accidentally spent forgetting to start the countdown, so I got late on that. Truth be told, not only I was distracted, but I was just enjoying the music on the intro. I like those songs. So, though normally when I start a stream, I have the stuff running on OBS, the intro that is running on OBS, obviously, but I also have the stream open on my browser, and I am just listening to the songs of the intro. And I got distracted by those, and I forgot to 1, start the timer, and 2, actually start the stream. Anyway, so yeah, other than that, I have been streaming for about 5 hours. So it was a good show. We had fun today. I did some good progress, I guess. We had a bunch of laughs. We talked about electric showers and talking about learning a new language also, which is always good. So yeah, everybody, that's gonna do it for me for today. So thank you all so much for joining today's stream. I hope you enjoyed. I hope we had as much fun as I had. And hopefully I will be seeing you all again very soon on the next stream. Whether I do an extra stream on this next Wednesday, or the next one is just going to be the Gaming Friday on the next Friday, if God's willing to allow me to do that. Regardless, hopefully I will be seeing you all again very soon. But until then, I would like to wish you all to have a very good week, and of course, as always, enjoy the rest of your evening. And when you go to bed, sleep well. So yeah, everybody, thank you so much. Sleep well when you go to bed. God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. And sometimes I forget how to do my outro. But yeah, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. Sleep well when you go to bed, and as always, dream of dragons. So guys, hopefully we'll be seeing you all again very soon. So Riptane, Ghosty, everyone else, I'm bad with names. I don't know who's watching also still. So I'm not gonna mention any more names. Regardless, everybody, thank you so much for joining. Have a good one. Bye bye. Dream of Dragons. See you.
Some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find new feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up. Don't bet on taking trips because they'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. Citrus can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let them on my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking chips because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the year. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let them on my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more, Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment, claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just grow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Shut up, don't bet on thinking just because you got